Let's get into it. It's crime o'clock, yeah, feel that sound. Typically unique when the truth comes out. Tick-tock, won't stop, let the facts talk. Pull up real close, yeah, it's crime o'clock. Clock, clock, yeah. Typically new, neon signs glow, brick wall behind me. Headlines loud, but they never define me. They rush the story, skip the proof. I slow it down, let it show the truth. Files on deck, read every line. Timestamps matter, so does time. If it don't fit, I don't force the frame. Ask one question, whole story change. No fear my voice, no need to shout. Paper speaks when you read it out. If the math's off, I'll circle twice. Truth ain't loud, but it ain't nice. Yeah. Read it again. It's crime o'clock, yeah. Feel that sound. Typically unique when the truth comes out. Tick tock, won't stop. Let the facts talk. Pull up real close, yeah. It's crime o'clock. It's crime o'clock. Read it again. They sell a narrative if I sell receipts. Courtroom quiet, but the pages speak. Word for word, no added spin. Let it stand, yeah, let that sink in. Screenshot save, timelines tight. Missing pieces keep me up at night. If they say elected, I say why. If they say case closed, I say try. No rush here, we do it right. Truth don't bend for the likes of hype. If you came for noise, you in the wrong spot. This is evidence, this is crime o'clock. Clock, clock, clock. Stay with me. This isn't background noise. This is pattern recognition. This is documents. This is crime o'clock. It's crime o'clock, yeah. Feel that sound. Typically unique when the truth comes out. Tick tock, won't stop. Let the facts talk. Say it with me now. Crime o'clock. It's crime o'clock. Typically unique. It's crime o'clock. Yeah. If you're here, you're early. If you're listening, you're paying attention. Show starts now.
Welcome back to Crime O'Clock on Typically Unique. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great morning so far. This is day 18 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Yesterday was a super short day. Today is supposed to be a long day, so we will see how this goes. I did find out yesterday it's not related to, let's see, yesterday was Thursday. Wednesday, something happened abruptly. I'm not talking about that. I don't know what happened with that. And they've never said. Yesterday, I guess the jury got questioned when they arrived at the courthouse. And I do think they might be sequestered. I will give that a Google search to make sure, because it seemed like from what was reported that they arrived together. And yesterday was the day that the support was, the women from all over the country were standing outside wearing their pink shirts in support of the lack of mental health care that Lindsay Clancy received or did not receive, the treatment of her. And the van or whatever that was carrying the jurors had to drive through them to get into the courtroom. So the judge had to question them to make sure like they weren't affected by it. So apparently they all passed. No one got removed from the jury. So they wanted to see if it had an effect on them. Am I breaking up, you guys? I have noticed sometimes, yep, I can see like I'm glitching or a delay. I don't know what would be causing that. Let me close some tabs. Let me know if it keeps happening. I'll leave the studio and come back in. Did you notice even the court? Oh, the pink in the courtroom. Yes. I think the court reporter had like a flowered suit on with like some pink in it. Courtroom workers were wearing pink. I mean, the majority of women in this country are like, it's a woman's issue. It's a woman's issue. Also, mental health issue, mental health care issue. I've seen so many stories that people are sharing about that. They have not started yet. So while we're waiting, let me see. Whoops. I've been saving TikToks like crazy. So I'm going to share some of them with you. I found a 3-part series of this. She's a mental health doctor. She says her official title and all her credentials. I know a lot of people bash TikTok, but I'm telling you, there are wonderful, wonderful, highly educated professionals on there that share information. And it's not just goofy dance videos. But the doctor that I found did a 3-part series. She did such a fabulous job explaining the very first medicine that Lindsay was put on. She explains like what the medicine is, what it's used for, why you would use it, what happened to Lindsay according to the court, according to trial, and then, going through the whole thing. And she does it in a language that we can all understand. And I found it fascinating. Good morning, G Bean. Good morning, Mike. Jen K. Collins, good morning. Hey, Becca. Sleuther Dare, good morning, good morning. Hi, Donna. You keep sending each other videos. Yeah, that's what we do in our house, too. Good morning, Blue Devil. Good morning, Simply Kayla Nicole. I don't want to miss anybody. I'm checking out who's with us today. J-Bean, clocking in, peeps. G-Bean, I received your FOIA donation. Thank you so much. So much. All right, let's see what I got here. I save a lot of recipes. Oh, this was me. This is a funny one. This was me after I did I did a show and I'm like, oh, I'm going to cover the Tupac murder trial. And then I started learning about the Lindsay Clancy case. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they're on at the same time. What am I going to do? And I picked the Lindsay Clancy case. I've been going back and trying to keep up on the Tupac trial. They're both fascinating. The Tupac trial is just as fascinating, but this woman's like, it says when you're locked in the Lindsay Clancy trial, but now the Tupac murder trial has started. Yeah, that's me. That is me. So there are videos like that on there. Here's a Kevin Reddington interview that he gave.
I'm very protective of her, and I don't want her to be stressed and nervous and scared.
Oh, I gotta mute it. The man you are. Aww. He said, I'm very protective of her. Get that off. Oh, this is the civil. There's a civil suit going on. This is about the attorney for that.
After he cross-examined them. Wait until Lindsay Clancy's healthcare providers meet this woman. If you think they were scared of Kevin Reddington after he cross-examined them, they have another problem coming. Court is off today, so let me introduce you to who is representing Lindsay Clancy in the civil malpractice lawsuit against these healthcare providers. Her name is Rosemary Scapicchio, and if that name doesn't mean anything to you yet, it absolutely should. Scapicchio spent over 2 decades working to overturn Sean Ellis's murder conviction. He was accused of killing a Boston police detective. That case actually became a Netflix documentary, Trial 4. If you haven't watched it, I highly suggest you do. She represented another man, Sean Drumgold, to overturn his murder conviction. He argued United States versus Fan in the Supreme Court. The case fundamentally changed the federal sentencing law. And in just 2024, Massachusetts highest court agreed with her in the Julio Baez case, reversed his first-degree murder conviction, and found him not guilty. Oh, and she represents the couple at the center of the massive eBay stalking scandal. While everybody has been watching OG Kevin Reddington absolutely dismantle these medical records, remember, he's only handling criminal responsibility. Scapicchio, she gets to ask completely different questions. Who failed this patient and who is legally responsible for it? And considering what we've already heard under oath about medical records, medications, treatment of care, lack of coordination in care, if I were one of the defendants in that medical malpractice case, Kevin Reddington would not be the only one keeping me awake at night. What are your thoughts on this? Wait until Lindsay Clancy.
So if that is a civil trial, the rules about a civil trial are way more lenient and allowing for evidence and questioning and things to come in. A lot of times, evidence can be produced in a civil court that are harder to get in a criminal court. So this woman seems like a beast, and I just wanted everyone to know her name. She's going to be representing Lindsay in these civil courts about her treatment. So no matter what happens in this criminal court, it's going to be interesting. I'll have to follow the civil court proceedings and see what comes out of that. Is she his daughter? I did not hear that. I do know he has, I believe, 2 children that are also phenomenal lawyers. Actually, one of his son was sitting with him one day at the table. Good morning, Witchy Was. We got jury duty. Everybody's here for checking in for jury duty. Yes, we are. Have you guys been watching the transformation of Lindsay herself? Like, I don't know what it is because she's been in the same hospital for 3 years. When did this happen? Yeah, 3 years. She's been in the same hospital. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to change this. Sorry. Share this tab. So, I mean, you'd think she's getting the same treatment. I think her physical appearance has changed drastically since the beginning of the trial. What do you guys think? She looks like she's wearing makeup now. She has color to her face. She's more interactive. I've seen it started with, to me, it just started with her look, her appearance on her face. There seemed to be a relaxing. I think all that happened after the money was raised for her family. I mean, I'm sure that was such a huge stressor. Then I saw her write a note on paper, like seemed like she was communicating with Kevin Reddington on paper and then actually talking to him. It's horrible, Mike. It's horrible. It's a lot of women are really infuriated because we know the physical trauma our bodies go through our whole lives. I mean, from the time you're a teenager, and starting, probably TMI here, but it's facts, teenagers, young girls, sometimes you're before being a teenager, starting your menstrual cycle, and then dealing with all the hormonal changes for that, and then pregnancy and childbirth. And childbirth is such a beautiful thing. People don't realize the trauma to your body that it goes through. And then if there's mental health effects after that, and then, you get about 10 years, and then you start the perimenopause fun times of things. And this stuff isn't new. It's been going on since humans have been humans. And finding treatment it's not even finding treatment. Like, good Lord, people just started talking about it. I feel like my generation is the generation that just kind of put everything on blast. Everything. It's a lot. It's a lot. Put the blue ribbon. Yes, G-Bean. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Trigger warning. And we know they're gonna start court, and then they are going to go straight to a sidebar. Hopefully they won't take a break after the sidebar. Like, that's ridiculous. They were just trying to buy time yesterday with that. Hasn't started yet. Hey, Mike, we have 4 dirt track race cars taking to the track tonight. 4 cars on our team. So Carlos is going to race. My daughter Carly is going to be her second race. Her girlfriend Aliana, her first race. My nephew JJ, his first race. And Carlos is getting back on the track for the first time since around 2014, I think. So, oh no, Mike, we have 2 dollies, 1 flatbed trailer, and a enclosed trailer. But we only have 3 trucks, so somebody has to make 2 trips to take the car to the track. The track is about 15-20 minutes away. These are cars, simply Kayla Nicole, cars. So just to give you I can't remember the name of the car. What did I tell you, Mike? I don't remember the names of the cars. Acuras. I think they might be Acuras. You just take a car and you gut it and you put in a roll cage and you make a bunch of changes to it. You got to take all the glass out and you race on a circle dirt track. Oh, Sleuth or Dare, you go almost every weekend. That's cool. That's your childhood. Yep. Yeah, it's a fun Friday night. Yep. I get a pit pass. I go back in the pits. We bring lawn chairs. There's grassy areas back there and hang out. When it's time to race, they get in the cars, they go, they race. I run to the stands and watch. And then, yeah. What? Going home on dollies. I don't know what they're called. I'll have to take a video and show you guys. Carlos's car, his is not an Acura. I don't know what his is. He's got the Big Daddy. He's got a car that, can potentially win. So we'll see. He hasn't been on the track in a long, long time. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm surprised at how many people have actually gone to dirt tracks. way better than NASCAR. I've been to one NASCAR race. We went to the Michigan track. I took Carlos for Father's Day one year. Oh my gosh. You can't even see the cars go by. They are so fast. I mean, it's like boom, boom, boom. That's how fast they go by you. It's crazy. I have a video of that too. I'll have to pull that up someday. Yeah, he's not showing me his emotions. I think he's right now he's trying to get the numbers put on his car. He got some vinyl numbers. Hi, Mystic Sin. There has not been any information released about, was it Wednesday? Wednesday's debacle with the delays. Haven't heard anything. People have been speculating, but yesterday the judge said the delay from Wednesday had nothing to do with the attorneys, was what he said. A lot of people think, well, then does that mean the jury? But I have not heard, nobody got removed from the jury. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yesterday's delay was because the jury had to drive past the women wearing pink shirts outside, and they had to question each jury member to make sure that they weren't impacted by that. That's why there was a delay yesterday. Oh, Sleuth Dare, that's cool. Open wheel outlaw team. You know what? I remember. I know what you're talking about, Mike. They're like those cars with, like, I called them a wing, like a wing on top or something. Yeah, they were called the Outlaws, and they would come race at Raceway 7. I know exactly what you're talking about. They were pretty cool. They're like shorter cars with like that thing on top. That's cool. All right, let me see what else I got on here. I do want to go back and listen to the beginning of the trial now. Oh, this is important. Let me show you this. Okay, so it said her name is Latasha Sanders. Wait, let me make sure I got the name right. Latasha Sanders. Okay, Black woman who similar, not exact situation to Lindsay. So this says Black mother, Massachusetts, two children killed, psychosis, criminal responsibility defense, same state, same DA's office, same Julie Sullivan or Julia, I can't see behind the triangle. She was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. In August 2026, Massachusetts highest court threw out Sanders' convictions and ordered a new trial, they found that her jury was improperly prevented from hearing important psychiatric evidence. So they wouldn't even let the jury hear about her psychiatric experience, treatment, lack of treatment, what happened to her. How do I clear this display? I can't. The cases are not identical. But they raise a question we shouldn't be afraid to ask. Whose psychosis do we believe? Who gets called sick and who gets called a monster? This is so important. Compassion for Lindsay shouldn't mean less compassion for LaTarsha. It should make us question whether we give that same compassion to everyone. I have not looked into her case. I have a feeling that there probably isn't a secondary suspect like everybody's looking at Lindsay's husband. So it's probably very clear she did this, LaTarsha, I'm assuming, which makes it harder to swallow, but the mental illness is the mental illness. And this Lindsay Clancy case, I think, is it has shed a huge light on that. All right, I'm checking the AP. They have not started yet. All right, let's listen to the doctor. I'm going to put the doctor on, you guys. She's very easy to listen to. Let me make sure I get part 1 here. Whoops.
DNP here. For those of you who don't know, I'm a doctor of nursing practice, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and we are going to talk about Lindsay Clancy's medications. For those of you who question my credentials, master's degree, doctorate degree, don't come for me. I work full-time in psychiatry. This is what I do for a living, so we're going to break it down. Now, before we get started, for anyone who's not interested, now's the time to start scooting because we're going to go through the medication universe. All right, we're going to come at this from a tri-lens. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to treat the civil complaints as allegations. We're going to treat contemporaneous records and testimony as stronger evidence, and then later defense prosecution interpretations separately. I have a list here of the medications that Lindsay was prescribed from roughly like September 15th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023.
She's a little bit of a fast talker. If I need to, I can slow down the speed. Here's a good question. High love and other habits. Since Lindsay said she heard voices instructing her to do it, doesn't that suggest she could tell the difference between the two states of being? The medical experts, I thought, did a good job explaining that on the stand Wednesday, I think it was, because Carlos keeps asking me the same thing. Like, how could she be in a state of mind where she takes one of her children to the doctors and the doctor doesn't notice anything? And then she comes home and she's ordering medicine for the kid and ordering dinner and, going about a normal, typical activities, but then turn around and say, I'm psychotic. And the doctor said, absolutely, you can be in this, you can have these psychotic thoughts. It's in my understanding, this is just me. Mental health is internal. We don't know what is in someone's mind. You can be faking it on the outside. Our brain is very complex. Lots going on in our brains, right? I know that when you go to counseling and therapy, they give you techniques to control your thinking, what things you can do to control your thinking. So I'm just interpreting that as, if you have invasive thoughts, negative thoughts, and there's different degrees, there are things you can do to like self-talk or different things to try to, so you're conscious, you can be aware that they're there. And at what point does it take over? I don't know. Good question. Oh yeah. Oh yes. And there was a lot of talk also about her being compliant with her medication, meaning like following the directions, taking it the way that she's supposed to. And this TikTok doctor here is going to explain that also. I had another point with that and I forgot what it was, but good questions. Yeah, you can definitely mask it.
we're going to go step by step. So if you're interested, let's strap in, okay? During this 4-month time period, Lindsay was prescribed the following medications. You ready? Sertraline, so Zoloft, lorazepam, also known as Ativan, buspirone or Buspar, trazodone, fluoxetine, aka Prozac, zolpidem, which is Ambien, mirtazapine, which is also known as Remeron, clonazepam, which is Klonopin, quetiapine is Seroquel, diazepam is known as Valium, lamotrigine is also known as Lamictal, and then there was hydroxyzine and amitriptyline. So over 5 clinicians and across 5 practices, they reportedly generated about 30 or so individual prescriptions. Now, to be
Okay. 5 facilities, 5 physicians, 30 prescriptions from like what? September, October to January. Okay. That was a good question. Also about the pharmacy, like pharmacists are supposed to catch that stuff. That's why they run it all through the a computer system, right? To make sure things aren't interfering with each other, stuff like that. That's a good question.
clear, only about 13 of these were constituted as like the current medication regimen, and some of these medications were actually apparently untouched and never used. Now, I wrote down a few points that I found particularly interesting in this case. The first of which is that Lindsay saw Dr. Tufts for anxiety in September of 2022. And the reason Dr. Tufts prescribed her this SSRI sertraline was because she was feeling anxious about going back to work. She reportedly was...
Okay. September of 2020. What did she say? 2? Yes. September of 2022. She gets the first anti-anxiety medication.
Feeling hesitant about starting medications, and Dr. Tufts diagnosed her with like generalized anxiety disorder, some adjustment disorder. Sertraline 100% fits this equation. Makes perfect sense why she would have chosen this medication. Okay. Because Lindsay was feeling apprehensive about starting psych meds, she delayed starting the medication, okay, by several weeks. Now, here's our first big red flag in the case, okay?
So I think that's understandable. Lindsay was hesitant about taking a medication, so she didn't even start it right away. Man, that Bratz doll, that to me, if it's completely wrong, it still explains all the evidence.
Started the SSRI. She came in and reported that she saw a dramatic worsening of her symptoms and reported the following things: insomnia, reduced appetite, worsening depression, crying, mental fog, substantially worse anxiety, and racing thoughts. But the most striking thing was she actually reported that when the dose was increased, she didn't sleep for 48 hours and she felt not tired. This is perhaps one of the most pharmacologically important pieces of evidence in this entire case, and I'm going to tell you why. When we prescribe antidepressants in psychiatry, so whether that is SSRIs, SNRIs, or tricyclic antidepressants, and we see someone who comes in with what we could only suspect is a manic emergence, so agitation, irritability, insomnia, racing thoughts, all of these things that Lindsay is enduring, this is an immediate flag on the play. This is an immediate flag that you need to stop and you need to pause and assess your client for possible cyclothymia, bipolar 1, bipolar 2, underlying mood disruptions, medication-induced mania, etc. The last thing we want to do is throw more antidepressants at this condition. It is incredibly dangerous. And for those of you who don't know, when you have some type of bipolar disorder, in my personal, professional opinion, one of the most dangerous states you can be in psychiatry is what we call a mixed episode. And a mixed episode is where you are simultaneously within your body experiencing depression and mania concurrently at the same time. It's incredibly exhausting. It's incredibly confusing. It is nearly impossible to sleep. There is a drive that keeps you going. And for some people, even benzodiazepines have a hard time cutting through this, right?
I thought this was such important information. Hi, SRB. From the very first medication she started, Lindsay described it not It made her feel worse, not better. And this doctor right here is pointing out these reactions to the medication and like red flags that I feel should have been picked up on immediately. And it's so tragic that the doctor that Lindsay first went to was just like she had just finished her degree literally months before. She literally just got she just started her job. Like just started. And so I'm sure I'm not to blame that I'm sure that girl did the protocol of what they tend to do with typical patients, but just how unfortunate that she gets an extreme case right out the bat. And I don't blame her for what happened. I blame the system. Could we have a procedure where you could weed through, like do some testing? Do some testing. I get very frustrated with the mental health system because it's all paper pencil. It's all observation. That's the point I wanted to make earlier. You can question a mental health, someone who goes for mental health help. You can ask the person questions. They don't know how to advocate for themselves. They might not be completely honest. I think there's chemical things in our bodies that could be tested. They're starting. Here we
Good morning,
go.
everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All
Yep.
right, so can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Sidebar. I knew it. I knew it. I know it's so contradictory with some of our rules and laws. Like I can't buy a box of the good Mucinex, like the good stuff that's got the highest like 1200 milligrams of something. That's like the only kind of Mucinex I'll buy because that works so good. I have to show my driver's license. They keep track of how much of it I'm buying. Like we have those kinds of laws in place, but then, you can be on 30 different mental health medications that are interacting with each other, have major possible reactions or negative side effects, and nothing, no system in place to catch that. 3 levels of safety failed her. Good point. Yep. Yeah, SRB. And I think that's why this has touched so many people, this case. Yep. Sudafed. Yeah. Show your ID to buy Sudafed. Oh my gosh. So it'll be curious if she can get found, not guilty by reason of insanity, she gets sentenced to the same hospital she's been at. I think she would stay there. And then there's going to be a civil trial. And they're, going after the doctors who were in charge of her care and all the medications and all the things that, happened to fail her. And what if in that civil trial, because the doctors are going to want to defend themselves and they're going to say like, it wasn't us. Who else would it be? Maybe that's where if there is anything about another grown-up who was in that house, having anything peculiar, would that come out in the civil trial? What do you guys think? Morvant G, I hope I said your name right. Hello, thanks for joining us. Yeah, changing medication is scary because you don't know how it's going to affect your body. I mean, I know people like loved ones that are close to me that like they had a bad experience with anesthesia, and so they're going to have a tooth extracted and they don't want to get put out. I'm like, "Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Like, can you weigh like pain versus, but it's a real fear for people, and you have to advocate for yourself. Like I shared previously that I take medications for Crohn's disease, and I was on a pill form of stuff forever. I started having a little bit of issues, and the doctor was like, you know how they have all those new IV medicines coming out, the commercials are all over the TV. He started me on one of those, and this is when they first came out, and it got rid of the little issues I was having, so that was good. But other than that, it didn't do anything extra for me, and it made me feel weird while the infusion was going in. I can't explain it, but I felt like every time the medicine pumped, I felt it in my body. And I'm like, I don't like this feeling. And he let me stop, and he thought I was going to come begging back for it. And I never did. I never did. All right. Maybe we'll get started for real this time. And today should be a normal day, like a long day. How does Lindsay look today? She looks a little paler. Not as much makeup. Yeah, it shouldn't be trial and error. I know someone that gets a buccal swab done, and they can tell your body chemistry and tell you exactly what works and what doesn't. You can ask a doctor to do a buccal swab for your chemistry with medicines. That's true, Blue Devil. Oh, yeah, I understand living other habits. I understand. Really, SRB? That's crazy. That's weird. But I guess body chemistry and hormones fluctuate, right? Exactly, Pooh Bear. Yeah, you got to have an advocate with you and for you. Morvant G, I am so sorry to hear that. I'm glad they kept you safe, though. Hopefully it was a situation that kept you safe. Got better help. Yeah, I'll have to compare it to the person I know that had one done. SRB, that would be good.
Okay.
A diligent pit bull. That's awesome. Oh, I'm glad. All right, I'm going to be quiet and let this play. Maybe. Hear ye, hear ye. Did they do that already? I think there's one more doctor that has to testify for the defense, unless they're waiting for them. Will you guys flip out if they call the husband back to the stand? That picture that I posted.
Sure, hold on.
Oh, the judge hasn't come out yet. The picture that I posted with her with all the bows all over her, people think that's real. I'm like, she didn't really dress like that, you guys. $500 SRB. Wow. Wow. I know that those hormone tests or whatever they are, they're super sensitive. Like, I know you have to do it first thing in the morning and maybe fast and, because you want to get the complete accurate results.
Court, all rise, please.
45 minutes later, the judge is entering the courtroom.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable.
Yes, love and other habits. We mentioned all of those names for the
Draw near, give your attendance, and you
chaplain.
shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Please.
I've had to do that too, SRB.
Versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hopkins.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge. I don't know who's got to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant above shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Could you turn on your volume? You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it. But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the whole, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
Counsel?
Good morning, doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case Western Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
I see counsel here at the side, please. Well, members of the jury, just like in the old days when you're watching TV, the little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have people who know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this, all right, to see if we can have a smoother presentation so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you, well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal, is to get this in a manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll kind of see if we get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
Court, all rise.
This is so ridiculous. This is so, let me shut my door. Hold on. So ridiculous. They should try StreamYard. You know, could you get to court early? They don't start till 9. Could you get there at like 7:30 and make sure all the equipment? Could you have the witness join? Have him join at, 8:45, 8:30. He doesn't need to sit there at the computer for an hour and a half waiting for you to start court, but get him on, get him, test the sound, test everything out. I mean, could we put a woman in charge of the tech at the courthouse? I'm just kidding, you guys. I'm just kidding. That was wrong. That was wrong. I'm sorry. The other thing I made a comment about, we shouldn't have ageism. I know if you want to work your whole entire life until, you physically can't anymore, that is your prerogative. You can do that. But oh my gosh, if I see one more 80-year-old white man doing, I don't know, it's just frustrating. It's frustrating. Steve could offer his services. I know. You guys. I'm glad I'm not offending you. Sorry, anybody out there. I know. I preach, treating everybody equal. Should not put the men down. I'm not a men basher. I'm not. It's not about bashing men. It's about supporting women to me. Are we still waiting? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So this time it is the doctor that is supposed to testify joining by Zoom. And, a lot of you were saying that Kevin Reddington looked mad because he hates Zoom. He got asked that question in an interview and he got forced to do it like everybody, when the pandemic hit. But he's not a fan. He is not a fan of it. He wants to be in person. Hey, Tomboy Charm. Are you fishing this morning? Where'd you go? There you are. You almost dropped your earbud in the water. Oh no, girl. How many pounds was that one? That must be a big fish. You are fishing. A tomboy. He hates new tech. Bring it back to the old days. I don't know. I feel like a lot of you we're all around the same age pretty much. I feel like our generation, I know every generation has to adapt. Obviously, technology changes, but I mean, I went from elementary school where the very first computer got introduced. We had one computer in a classroom and it was so huge. They had to put it in this little, like they literally built like a little shed in the corner of the classroom. And it was the kind of computer where it was code. So you would have to type in the code to type a number to answer a math problem. Like, that's how, we had rotary phones, landline phones, no computers. And then we went to beepers and the progression. I just feel like to go from nothing as a child and now here we are using AI, that's a huge adjustment, a huge change. Yep, going from dial up, no microwaves, like just standard appliances. Yeah, if you grew up like in the 70s or before, little bit of the 80s, you've experienced a massive change. Verity Leanne, hello. You worked in a firm, IT firm. The techs were geniuses, but they couldn't organize anything. Well, surprise. Did you see our live last night about the evidence custodian at Moscow Police Department? And, I would assume he's possibly a IT tech person. And the organization of those files it's more than a hot mess. See-through phones. Yes. You guys didn't like dragging the phone cord like around the corner so you could like hide in the bathroom and shut the door and have a private conversation? Tim's small fridge. Oh, the pranking phone calls. Do you have pig's feet? And they would say yes. And we would say, how do you get your shoes on? Why was that a thing at sleepovers when we were growing up? Like, let's prank phone call people. SRB, wasn't that like that live last night? If you guys have not seen it about the Moscow Police Department and FOIA requests, it's a must see. I mean, personally, I feel like that's the biggest piece of information that has come out, or maybe not information, but yeah, in this case, besides the arrest and the plea deal. I know. We stretched that cord out, man. You had a phone in the bathroom. Wow. Mine was right outside the bathroom. Otherwise, your phones were like right in the middle of the kitchen or right in the middle of the living room, and you couldn't have a private conversation because everybody would be around. Hi, loves. Oh, slamming a phone down. Yes. That physical, being able to have that physical reaction. Yeah, you can't hang up on somebody on a cell phone. You had a Pooh Bear phone. I had one of those. How many of you had one of those see-through phones that had all the neon insides? I had one of those when I was a teenager. And one of my college roommates had a Garfield phone. Right. The Idaho 4 was purposefully unorganized, not just unorganized. They have a whole second computer system that nobody knew about. We should have known because they actually wrote it in a report, but it just got discovered by somebody. By Accomplished Day, and we had a panel discussion about it last night. She explained everything she found, how she found it, what it says. A princess phone. You guys know that Garfield phone was popular. Remember when caller ID and answering machines. We used to have machines that had an actual tape in them that would record messages if you weren't home. Blue-eyed butterfly. Hello. What do I think that means with them hiding all that? That's seriously very suspect. I mean, it's beyond suspect. Yes. It looks like they picked and chose what pieces of evidence they wanted to call evidence, and they put it in the Spillman system that they are searching for us. And then everything else, which I think we would call evidence, like the real evidence, they kept in this other computer system that has 50 terabytes of data. And they never cited it in court. They never talked about this other data system in court. And I think they're going to claim, well, it's not evidence. Well, who gets to decide that? I'm pretty sure the defense is supposed to be provided everything so they could decide what they want to call evidence. I don't think so. My personal opinion is hard no on that. Hard no. I don't think so. That's probably now everything I'm saying here is I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm discussing what could possibly be or questions that is raised. Is that where exculpatory evidence is? It could be. The bottom line is that people have been requesting records and told they don't exist, but you have a whole nother system that you never searched. So how are you saying they don't exist? And they'll say, well, that's not evidence. We didn't deem it as evidence. But if you collect something, is that automatic evidence? I don't understand how all of that works. Someone made a comment that last night that is why the Alec Baldwin trial had a mistrial. And I'm going to go look. I need to look that up and see if that's true. You know what would be awesome? If someone who lived out near Moscow went in to do a records request, because if you go in there physically, they can't tell you no. And you can go in and look at what you want to look at right then and there. They don't have to email you anything. They don't have to mail you anything. You're allowed to just go in, sit down at a table and read a report or watch a video or whatever you want to do. And wouldn't it be interesting if someone physically walked in there and said, could I look at the first file in the, what's it called? The other system? I believe you have to be a resident. I mean, I think anybody can walk in. But residents don't have to I don't think they have to pay anything. I don't think they have to do anything to go in and look at something. I don't know if you're an out of towner, if you could do that. I don't know. Conga line to the MPD. Let's go. Start that line. Sleuth Dare. What did I want to look up? I wanted to look up, the name of that. I can't remember the name of the system. And it's funny because I remember a court hearing with Ashley Jennings at the podium talking about the Spillman system. And it was probably a records request they were talking about the Spillman system. And I remember doing a show where we looked up the Spillman, like I looked up information about that Spillman system, and it's just it's like Teams, or what are the other ones? It's just a way to share information with people, store the information in an organized way, allow lots of people to access information in one system. All right. Synology? Is that what it's called? Synology? Yeah. So we all walk in and say, could I see I want to look at the first folder of the Synology system. I wonder what would happen. That's okay, Astastic. I'm probably on top chat on my phone. Let me look. Make sure. Yep. Make sure you're not on top chat if you're on your phones. Oh, you tried to go to Boise, Barstow. Well, now we know, Sleuth Dare. Submit it to the MPD and ask them to check the Synology system and send it straight to Tim Smallridge. Lavs Blue Haze. I do remember party lines. I never used one myself. I never had that, but I know it was a thing. What does that mean? Top chat. Okay. If you're on your phone, you have the video at the top, and then underneath you have the live chat. If you click on the little gear next to live chat, the settings gear, if you click on that, it'll say chat filter, and click on that, and it gives you top messages. Means YouTube's going to decide which messages to show you. You don't get to see everybody's messages. When you're in top chat, it won't show you all the messages. Then the middle button says all messages, or the bottom button will say all messages. I don't know why they do that. I don't like that. Your grandma was one of the lurkers who would listen. That's hilarious. It was legal spying, you guys. Legal spying. I know there's so much we learn every day, or we learn a lot through here. I'm glad that I could tell you that. Yes, you have to do that for every single live chat you join. Every single live chat you join. Yeah, you have to train yourself, like SRB said. You have to train yourself to get into a habit. Like, I'm going to join a live. I'm going to go to the live chat, and then I'm going to turn it to all messages. Thank you, SRB. Good tip. Good tip. All right. I have to check something I'm making Carlos for breakfast. I'll be right back. Don't want to burn the breakfast. Don't want to burn the breakfast. What could they oh, did they say they were on a break or is this a sidebar? I think it's a break. So if you're just joining, they started court. They went to a sidebar. They came back. They called their first witness, a doctor. Can't remember his last name. He's joining via Zoom, and they had audio issues. And I blew a gasket and ranted for a couple of, I really didn't rant, but it's just so frustrating. Like, they should have had this ready to go. Test it out. Resnick, thank you. Resnick, Dr. Resnick. Moto, hope you're having a great day. Trying to fix that Zoom shit. Yes, Leanne. That is why, like, usually I'll notice I'm in top chat when people are saying things and I'm like, who are they responding to? Like, what are you talking about? Or they'll say somebody's name and I'm like, I don't see that person. And then you're like, oh man, I'm in top chat. So yeah, you have to remember to change that. Tomboy's last comment. The funny thing about going into MPD and asking for the files in the other system, they can say what's what. Oh, they can say what's that. We don't have that. Then you just refer to as EWU affidavit. Yes, you do. Bring it in. Walk in with the document and go. And when he says, well, we don't have that, we don't know what that is. And then in our household, I think this came from a movie scene. We use quotes from movie scenes all the time, but we'll go, well, that's odd. And you have to say it the most sarcastic way. You have to say, well, that's odd because you wrote this, right? Is this your report? What does this say right here on line 7? Line 7. Like, did you write this? Could you show me where the Synology system is? We have to make that a saying in our chat. Well, that's odd. The thing is, people are terrified to do stuff out there. Who's going to be willing to walk in there and like confront some of this stuff? Or you talk about my burning food. No, I'm trying to make Carlos some breakfast sandwiches. And I threw some sausage in the oven. It didn't burn, luckily. in here today, Blue Devil? Was there a troll comment in here today? I don't know what is going on with YouTube, but people have lost their ever-loving mind. And I just feel the best thing to do is ignore it. Don't feed it. That's awesome. That's awesome. You know what I need to learn? Talking about learning things about chat. Is there, I thought I heard people say this. Is there a way to click on someone's username in the chat and copy it somehow so that when you go to respond to them in a comment, you don't have to type out their name every single time? I thought I heard somebody say that there was a way to do that. I need somebody to teach me. How do you do that? How do you copy a username and paste it in a comment? Or is it possible or not? Is it still 100 degrees in Texas? Oh, yep. You just said 101. Yeah, Carlos just got back from Atlanta, Georgia, and it's like the whole southern part of the country is in the 90s. I love that weather. I love that weather in the summertime. Bring it to me, please. 101 is a little overdoing it, but I love the 90s, like, mid 90s. And it stops right when it gets to my state. We're in the high 70s, low 80s, which is a lot of people love that weather. I just like it a little bit hotter. Leanne, you screenshot it and copy it from a screenshot up on the screen. Where did it go? And then paste it in the chat. And you do that from a computer? Because I'm always on my phone. Everybody's 74 today. 107. That's crazy. That's dangerous. Oh my God. Like, wow. 112. Oh, you do it on your phone. Okay. Thank you. I could get to South Carolina in about 12 hours. No, I could get to North Carolina in about 12 hours, 12 to 14 hours. They needed to hire some YouTubers in this courtroom to go in there and fix their audio and computer problems. Like, you've seen all the lives we've had where we've had technical issues and we either figure it out right away or figure out an alternative. $74 is Christmas Day in Texas. Wow. I live in the wrong place. Do you want to know what's Christmas Day for us? 5 feet of snow. Actually, no, we usually we don't start getting big snowfalls until like probably January, February are our worst years, but we literally will get 5 feet of snow. Like 2 to 3 feet is normal. Like, that's normal. Extreme would be 5 feet. Yeah, that's what I usually do. SRB is just, type a short thing, but I saw someone say that they were able to copy and paste it. So I don't know. I was just asking. Oh, I heard there was a lot of rain. Yes. Lots of rain between isn't it like Pennsylvania down through like Tennessee, Kentucky, coming up from like the Southwest? There's supposed to be like flooding. Lots of flooding. Yeah, I'm in Ohio, Northeast Ohio, and I feel like we've been way below average. People tell me no, but they just don't like the heat. I'm like, yeah, we have not had. I feel like we've had like 5 days or left. 5 days or less in the 90s. Sorry, I'm reading something real quick. I'm looking at some further actions that people might be taking concerning the FOIA request. Oh, speaking of FOIA requests, let's see. It's 10 o'clock my time. Because I'm waiting for 2 interviews. I'm waiting for Report 52, which is the supervising teacher for Kaylee, and Report 179, which is an ex of Maddie's. And I don't know if you all were in here, but I started thinking, at first I thought, oh, the ex of Maddie, it might be like an old ex, high school boyfriend or something, but that would be dumb. Why would they interview them? And then I listened to the interview where it was Madison Moyer's brother, and he was saying that Maddie Mogan, her ex-boyfriend, was also an ex-boyfriend of Madison Moyer. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think that's the interview. That's got to be the ex. Because obviously he would be, whoever that is, whoever is Madison Mogan's ex, has to have been a student at the University of Idaho to be Madison Moy's ex. So I think that's something we could look into. You had to take water out of your pool. Oh, I've had to do that before because your filter won't work if it's filled up to the top. I'm freezing. Let me make sure this is live. Yep, it's playing. It's live. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, maybe it's Connor Chestnut. All we ever heard was Maddie kissed Connor Chestnut on a trip that they took. Did Madison Moyer date Connor Chestnut? And I'm sure we could try to find photos where there's a boy in common, right? Nothing from Moscow. Nothing from Moscow. I'll check later today. The easy access of the Moyer house. Yes. Well, you know what? They're all on top of each other. Like I was showing body cam footage where you could see how close they were. I think that gives it more perspective of how close they are than just using Google Maps. Lucy's here. Oh, Lucy in the sky. Hello, good morning. Never been able to rule that out. Yep. What if that interview is Connor and they just labeled it like ex-boyfriend? That I would flip out. It also could be nobody. It also could be a nobody. Oh no, G Bean. I don't think it's your phone, G Bean. YouTube has been acting very weird. All of a sudden, we have a translator that's like changing our words, and I'm so sorry that G Bean fell the first victim to that. I mean, how horrible. I felt so bad for even like having a question for a second about that, G Bean. I'm so sorry. Who knew that it would be a translation service in YouTube that's changing words? It's horrible. That was horrible. Like, I'll never react to something like that again. Like that was a hard lesson for me to learn. So I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, wow. And then the other thing that YouTube is doing, and I thought it was just me. So like you're saying with your phone, I thought it was just me. I was trying to type a comment and it wouldn't send. Like it wouldn't send it. And I'm like, what are you doing? And the chat wasn't on slow mode or anything like that. And then I heard Dago make a comment about it, or maybe one of the mods, SRB. I don't know if you know about this, but there was something with your keyboard, like on your phone, trying to type a message and it won't send it. And I think I had to leave and come back. So there's lots of technical issues going on with YouTube, and it's not your phone. It's not you. It's happening to lots of people. I do know that YouTube, because YouTube has its own Discord for creators, and like they have a YouTube channel, and they will tell you like what updates they are making. This year they are making lots of changes to different things on YouTube. Yeah. Yep. Your comment sticks and doesn't send. Yeah. There's sometimes no comment section at all on your phone. Oh my gosh. Wow. I know, like, if you ever watch a live, like, someone live streamed, but you missed it and you go back to watch it after it ended. And if you don't see the live stream chat at that time, it's because the video is processing. So sometimes it takes anywhere from a few minutes to a couple. I mean, it could take hours. It depends on how long the stream is. But if you don't see the live stream, it's because it's probably processing. Your super chat stops working all the time. Aw, hi, Gwanda. Tomboy, I know you did. I was so thankful that, when that happened, we tried to handle it ourselves between the people who were affected, try not to run with something because we trust each other, and let's figure it out and not go crazy with it. And when we figured it out, thank God you publicly made it better. That's how you do things. Yeah. Yes, and I'm relatively new to all of this, early stages of a channel, trying to grow a channel, and everything that happens is new. So, first experiences and learning experiences for sure. 2 tornadoes. Who had 2 tornadoes? Oh, blue-eyed butterfly. Oh, a tornado. Where are you at, blue-eyed butterfly? And I hope your house didn't have damage. I hope none of your loved ones had damage or injury. And I hope your town's okay. Do you have a basement? Were you in a basement? The good thing about where I live, we don't get earthquakes, we don't get wildfires, we don't get hurricanes, and we are usually protected from tornadoes because of the way the stream, the wind stream flows, and the lake, Lake Erie kind of protects us from that. In my immediate area, south of me, has tornadoes. Tornadoes and snow. Snow is our biggest thing. Long Island, yes. Oh, yeah, I heard it was gonna be bad over there, Long Island. Oh my god, you are in Suffolk County? That early investigation into the Long Island serial killer case was crazy. Is Ryan Hall a weather chaser, a storm chaser? Hi, Cat K. Everybody's hopping in and they just cannot get this trial going. That jury's got to be so pissed. Like, they're sequestered. Like, this is time off of their lives. And if you took yesterday, the day before, today, and you take all the little, like, okay, court starting, let's go to a sidebar, let's take a break. If you take up all that time, they could probably have like 3 less days of being sequestered or being in trial. You go to Gilgo Beach all the time. Oh my gosh. So, do you think Rex Heuermann is responsible for Shannon Gilbert, or do you think it was I can't think of the guy's name, the guy that had the party that had her at her house? I think it was him and the driver. Maybe some law enforcement. You have nearly painted your whole shed on the break. I don't either. I mean, unless he was at that party. Unless he was at that party. Juror 13, hello, hello. F5, yikes, yikes. You know, when you have an area when you have an area of the country that's having this sweltering heat.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Please
Your Honor,
work.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial.
Please
Commonwealth
work.
versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
Hope is not a strategy. That's one of my favorite quotes. You can't hope something to be better. Hope is not a strategy. Oh, yeah. Yep.
I'm leaving.
All rise, please. Jury is entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right? All right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So, Resident, P-A-I-L-L-I-P. R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the, the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas. And then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues, such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, Fillicide, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus, or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not, as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes,
Photographs?
yes,
Videos?
yes,
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
yes,
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helburn, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Can this court stay in session long enough so I could step away to make a breakfast sandwich for Carlos? I'm like in the kitchen and I'm like, wait, it got quiet because I listened to it on my phone. If I step away, I'm still listening to it on my phone and I'm still in the chat. And I'm like, wait, what happened? Oh my God, let me back this up. This is ridiculous. Must have been a while ago.
Yes, psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
The results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
All right. They gave a test, some psychological evaluation test, and he was able to get his answer out. I was like, say it, dude, say it, get it out. And he said there was no evidence of her faking, which is disgusting, but I didn't hear an objection. Maybe there was. It wasn't very loud.
Lindsay Clancy had a
Hold on. I'm going to back it up.
tendency to minimize and did not have a chance.
opinion is that
Sorry, guys. Here we go. Okay. They're coming back. This is back.
Okay, Doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The in summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature, have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay. And you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane, for example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water, it might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel? Members of the jury, I want to give you an instruction at this point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements, all right? The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Rigg.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked, doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted, psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter, she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at got a 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes,
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she did in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she told
did
her,
not acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
The state.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, So a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you about Ms. Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about.
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Bless you.
No, thank you, Doctor.
turn off that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Reddington.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right. So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right. So I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar? All right. Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to
I'm okay.
offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Abram Mack.
This is going to be horrible. I paused it for a second. So the prosecution is calling rebuttal witnesses. That's going to give them the last word. I wouldn't think Kevin Reddington would want them to have the last testimony, or is that how it works? I'm not a trial expert. Do you think he's going to have rebuttal witnesses? I'm not sure. I know he's probably going to be able to cross-examine. I don't know. Did anybody catch who this was? Let me see. Let me back it up.
Call Dr. Abram Mack.
Dr. Mack. So it's a doctor.
Voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Abram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Abram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, a defense or a prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware,
that.
and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you are conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual.
I'm sorry, but I am so this makes my blood boil about this system, because he literally just said, well, we only have 2 systems or processes or tools that we use. We look at your historical information, or we meet with you and we just observe you and talk to you. Could you imagine if our medical doctors worked that way? Like, oh God, my knee, like I can't stand on my leg. I can't walk because of my knee. And then, okay, so come in, we're going to look at your knee. We're going to talk to you about your knee. We're going to ask you, how has your knee been your whole life? And like, how is it now? And then that's it. And then that's how we treat you. Oh, we'll try this medicine, and if it doesn't work, we'll change it in a few weeks. Like, come on. That's what we're doing with our brain. Our brain is a part of our body. We have learned so much about the brain since probably the 1960s, and definitely in the 80s was a turning point for what we've learned about the brain. I know this from my educational, having an education degree and my degrees that I have, my training and education about brain development for teaching. Like, we know more about the brain. We know how things connect and things like that. When you go to the doctor and your knee hurts, they do a scan, they do an x-ray. They look at the part of your knee, they look at your knee and see where the issue is. Do we scan brains? No, unless you beg. I literally begged for one time for someone else, for a loved one. Do we do blood work and look at the chemicals and the hormones in your body that control your brain? No, we don't do that. No, we don't do anything medical. Like, we keep calling it the mental health system. Can it just be the medical system, and we just go because we want our brain that controls our thinking looked at? It's a body part. I feel like the whole system needs like trashed and thrown out and reconfigured. Sorry, guys, that was my rant. Those are my thoughts and feelings. But when I heard that, I'm like, that's what's wrong right there. That's what's wrong. You could let me know what you think about what I said. And I'm going to play it right now again.
That may be their mood. That might be things that they get anxious about. That may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions, but effectively you're asking questions.
Oh, I know, Juror 13. I think they know more than what they're telling us. Like, they know about the connective, oh God, I can't, dendrites. You have dendrites in your brain, and they know how they connect thoughts and thought patterns. And like, I've learned about this. Like, I know about this. They know that stuff. For some reason, it's just an archaic system, and they don't want to invest in it. And we have to ask ourselves why.
questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an
I'm
individual.
sorry to hear that.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law. And the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes,
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently. And I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs.
Mm-hmm.
One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
Okay. And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the 2 short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after
she
the
had,
birth?
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's some, they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation.
Okay. I just have to chime in here for a minute, you guys. So he's testifying about diagnosing her for January 24th, 2022, but he didn't see her until, didn't he say 2025? Like last year? So he's diagnosing somebody 3 years later. Now, I know he can go back and he can read all the other doctors' notes and stuff like that. But that makes a difference to me. That makes a difference to me.
With death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those.
Thanks,
but
Angie.
as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM. where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for a major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you talk about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right, thank you, John. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Your next meeting.
Chairs, next in the quorum.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
All right, they are. Oh, this is boring. I know that it is. It's also it's very telling about number one, the doctor that was just on was giving a diagnosis based on other people's basic diagnosis and coming on and saying, I don't agree, but I didn't see her back in 2022. I saw her in 2025. So right there, if the doctors are equal, I think that drops him down. That's the way I would look at it. You know, you're not making a real-time diagnosis. And when he made the comment about, well, I can't call it bipolar because she didn't have a hypomanic event. Well, was it 2026? I thought it was 2025, April of 2025. I don't think he saw her this past April, right? Oh, he did say April. That's even worse. That's worse. Make it worse, you guys. Make it worse. Right, Mystic. It's even worse. He said she didn't have a hypomanic episode, so I couldn't call it bipolar. Well, how many of you think he read every single note in every single interview that this woman has seen medical experts since September of 2022? Since September of 2022, she's had almost daily contact with mental health providers. Do you think he looked through every single note of every single doctor, every single nurse? No. So maybe there's a chance he might have missed that hypomanic description. Just pointing that out. I don't know. Did Reddington get up and say anything like that as a cross? I missed that part. He did not see her until April 2026. We're in August, so 4 months. He met her for the first time 4 months ago. There you go. He saw her 2 times for probably a total of 4 hours at the most, and he decided, yep. What was I doing? I was listening. I had it in my ear. I was listening. I was thinking of other things. I can't think and listen at the same time, you guys. Oh, that's so funny. All right. It is 1:12. I am going to end this live and then I will come back when they come back on. I'm not going to do a Idaho 4 episode in between. There's not enough time. I do have some things that I want to look into, though, with the Idaho 4. And I can tell you that, first of all, if you are watching this now or later on replay or behind and catching up, If you did not watch our Idaho 4 show last night on exposing a second system of FOIA records that they have not been searching for records requests, apparently, that's what it looks like, apparently. Please go watch that. Accomplished Day and others, so I will say, and others are reaching out to people to share that information and try to get someone to seriously look at it and tell us, what's going on. So stay tuned for some updates with that. All right, you guys, thank you for joining me. Please come back for the afternoon session. He said around 2, so I'm going to guess 2:15. I'll probably start the live at 2:00 just to get it going. So I will see you guys then. Clocking out. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for watching, hope you felt the spark. Please hit that like before it gets dark. Subscribe, it's free and keeps us going strong. You're part of the crew now, right where you belong. Join us next time, same truth, same fire. We bring the heat and never tire. We're typically unique and proud to be a husband and wife in podcast harmony. That could be unique, yeah, that's you and me. Don't forget to like and hit subscribe, it's free. Come back again, we'll be right here with truth and laughs and zero fear. We don't always agree, but that's the show. One love, two minds, letting it flow. We dig deep, we crack jokes, we call it like we see. If that's your vibe, you belong here with me. We don't always agree, but that's the show. One love, two minds, letting it flow. We dig deep, we crack jokes, we call it like we see. If that's your vibe, you belong here with me. We don't always agree, but you felt the spark. Please hit that like before it gets dark. We dig deep, we crack jokes, we call it like we see. If that's your vibe, you belong here with me. Thanks for watching, hope you felt the spark. Please hit that like before it gets dark. Please hit that like before it gets dark. It's free, it keeps us going strong. You're part of the crew, now right where you belong. Join us next time, same truth, same fire. We bring the heat and never tire. We're typically unique and proud to be a husband and wife and wild to be a husband and wife in podcast harmony. Yeah, that's you and me, that's you and me. Don't forget to like, hit subscribe, it's free. Come back again, we'll be right here with truth and laughs and zero fear.